This is Fireman Ed, and you're listening to Jets Commute, Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Jet fans, let's rock MetLife Stadium this year. J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets. Go Jets! This is Fireman Ed, and you're listening to Jets Commute, Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Jet fans, let's rock MetLife Stadium this year. J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets. Go Jets! This is Fireman Ed, and you're listening to Jets Commute, Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Jet fans, let's rock MetLife Stadium this year. J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets. Go Jets! This is Fireman Ed, and you're listening to Jets Commute, Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Jet fans,
Okay.
They're always on.
Yeah, oh yeah, buddy. That's how they get all that money, man. My my best friend growing up, it's funny because his son and my son have become best friends too. His sister married a guy who was a football player at Notre Dame when Jerome Bettis was there. And his son getting ready to go there now. Jerome Bettis. Yeah, that's a cool school to go to too, man. It's a beautiful place there.
Yeah.
I'm like a Maryland Terps guy, but I also have like bigger Power Five teams I like. You know what I mean? Because like we don't do nothing, dude. We don't do nothing. My football team sucks. My Terps, they suck, man. Oh. But it's Friday. It's Friday.
Yeah, everybody's sleeping still.
Do you get up kind of early and then just get moving, or
Yeah,
you
I'm up
you don't
early.
wake up too?
I'm up early.
Yeah, yeah. I get up like 4:30 every morning. That's why by the time your space comes on, I'm like ready to rock and roll. Yeah, I done had like yeah. That's like most people at lunchtime. I saw your post, man. I think that's not a bad little trio though to semi start with, or keep intact, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah. So some people don't agree with it, but I don't care. We all have our
Well, look, you
opinion.
know what you're talking.
Yeah, but you know what? If you have an opinion on sports, it is what it is. We're not all right. So I have my opinions. You have yours. Terrence has his. I damn sure don't agree with Terrence on everything. He knows that. But that's the beauty of sports talk, man. I love it, man. I could talk
Yeah,
sports
me
Yeah.
too,
all
brother.
day, man. Sports is number one.
Yeah, that was a
And you
great
know what?
game last night.
Yeah.
And the only
Terrence,
thing
what did
I'm
you
upset
think? What
about,
did you think
um,
about him going for it at the end with all that
well,
with that time left? Did
I
you see that?
yeah, I mean, I guess they just didn't want to give them any opportunity to get the ball back with any time. And I guess he felt like he could basically get it on fourth down, which has been his credo since he's been coaching there. The one thing I worry about for that team is that he's going to make that crazy decision on a critical fourth down play, and basically, and it's hurt them the last couple of years occasionally. But this time it worked, and because they knew that if they had any time left on the clock, that they would probably march down the field and get a chance. But it's kind of like when Rex Ryan went for it on fourth down against the Chargers. I mean, because they thought, and they basically told the Chargers the line. They said, "We're coming this way. Try to stop us," and we did, and we made it.
Yeah, but Terrence, to be fair, that like the one in the fourth quarter, they went for it on fourth down at their own 29-yard line. That's crazy, man.
Oh
That's
yeah, that's
that's
absolutely, yeah.
balls, you know?
I mean, yeah, unless they just felt like, yeah, I don't recommend that. And I don't know, there's too much of this analytics crap going on where it's like, oh, there's a 50% chance we can get it. But you know what? It worked. I worry about the time when it doesn't work, and it'll probably be in a critical situation in a playoff game. And, that Sterling 15-2 record they're going to probably wind up having is going to be all for naught. But
Yeah.
you know what? At the same time, these guys play for him, and you can't argue with. I mean, the offense is a monster. I mean, they took a guy that the Rams didn't want. I mean, yeah, the Rams got their chip. Give them credit, but Goff was supposed to be a guy that after 2 years they were going to get rid of, and they wound up keeping him.
Their
Yep.
play action game is ridiculous. You seen how much their play action
Yeah,
is
their line
real.
is also good, man. I mean, I was thinking about it, man, Terrence, too. Like, freaking, I know Matty Ice always used to bring it up, but Panay Sewell's just, he's tremendous, man. He's a cornerstone guy. Hopefully,
Yeah,
Fashanu can be like
absolutely.
that.
He's dominating
Yeah,
out there.
yeah. Go ahead, Office. I'm sorry.
My bad, Terrence. Now
Yeah.
go ahead, sir. I just
No. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
was mentioning that he's a
No,
bad, I mean, he's a monster out there. That's all.
that's the argument. Like Cincinnati got Jamar Chase, so they got the joystick, they got the player with the stats, they got the fantasy guy, and they made it to a Super Bowl. Give them credit for that. But look at them now. Look at how great Joe Burrow's stats are, and they're 4-8. That's why, to me, as a Jet fan, I'm improving the offensive and defensive line in this draft, and then we build within the trenches this year, and then we build from outward from that point forward. That's what I would hope that this new GM will do, because everybody thinks it's 7-on-7, but it's still a game where offensive and defensive lines matter. And like you said, Detroit wouldn't be where they are without that great offensive line that they have. And they got the guy Ragnow, Panay Sewell, and unfortunately for us, we took Zach Wilson.
Even getting Kevin Zeitler from us was a good pickup for the Lions, man. He's a real good offensive lineman. Kevin Zeitler. He's another one to that list.
Yeah. What's the other guy's
Uh,
name? Gaskow? That's on the
yes,
line? Is that his name?
I
Neil,
think
good
that's how
morning.
you say.
I can't hear you, man.
Oh, hey, Petey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Just real quick, hop in. I know we talked a couple of days, and I mentioned on here that I had heard that Vrabel had interest in coaching the AFC, specifically the Jets. The same guy that I told you that offline that had told me that also had told me that, you know, the Jets' plan A is going to be, from everything he hears, to go after Vrabel. So I'll be honest, it's early, but I think there's going to be a Jets Vrabel marriage on the horizon.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Uh,
he's going to come. I hope he does. That's my
I,
number
I
one choice.
I think he does, and for his offensive coordinator, if that happens, look what happens in Cincinnati with Zach Taylor.
Yep. Why? Oh, you would think that Taylor would come here?
Yeah, I think it'd be a good candidate for that position where, he might not be a good head coach. I think he's a good offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And I think what Vrabel will try to do, and it's early, right? But what I think he will try to do is he will try to establish his staff with established personnel, and that's one of the beauties of getting a coach that has experience, is those ties. But yeah, I see there's a lot of noise. It was kind of funny because we talked on the phone, and then Rich Sabini came out like the next day with it, and I've heard a lot of momentum about it behind the scenes. So that should get you excited.
I mean, I wouldn't mind him. I know a lot of Jet fans don't. They want just an offensive guy. But I think the Jets need a proven guy. Uh,
Me too. I like
I
Vrabel
like
too.
Aaron Glenn, but he's not proven. Like any, you know, I know Ben Johnson's doing wonders there, but he's a first time guy. I know people got to get first chances, but and I don't want Rex Ryan back. Sorry, I just don't.
Well,
Oh
well,
man,
you have an
no, Rex.
example.
Here. Let me see. Let me just touch on the real quick with Terrence said, building with the inside out. Like my thing is with that. What if you miss on those guys on the line? Then you never get out of the those positions, and you never get to the linebackers. You never get to the playmakers. And I like that staying close to the ball mentality, but we've always missed on those linemen. We get, who do we draft? Dwayne Robertson, then Vernon Golston, and then we're stuck in purgatory because you never have the playmakers drafted again, and we're never drafting the receiver, and we're never drafting the quarterback, and then we don't go nowhere. Like a team that does draft a good quarterback, like the Chiefs, and they wind up building around that guy. We just can't draft the right quarterback, and when we do, maybe Sam Darnold was that guy. We should have went that. Like that's where I did agree with Terrence, where we should have stayed with. Sam, and maybe just went with Penei Sewell. That was a good point. But no Rex. The reason why I want Rex, Petey, I'm going to say it, is because I want a 3-4. I don't care if he's the defensive coordinator. I'd rather him be the coach, but I want him to be on this team some way, somehow, with helping this team with a 3-4 defense. I think he can help, man. And drafting a linebacker would be smart for that. Drafting a high linebacker. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't want to deal with all the shit that he brings again. He's going to bring all the attention, and we don't need that.
I want the attention. I want him to tell Aaron Rodgers, he's not here to kiss his rings. You're here to fucking play football for me, bro, for the Jets, not for Aaron Rodgers, not for going to do these high wooska things when he's blowing smoke on himself and trying to make himself into this weird guy. Come and play football. I don't know. I just I'd rather have a guy coach this team that the players want to play for. It is a great defensive mind, and we have the talent that he would be successful with that he didn't have on the offensive side when Sanchez was here. Younger pieces like Garrett Wilson, and then an experienced player like Devontae Adams, and then give Rodgers another year at that time. But it's not about him. Give me the show of Rex, not the show of Aaron Rodgers.
Well, if Rex coaches, Aaron Rodgers is definitely going to play, in my eyes.
Exactly. So give me Aaron Rodgers with the Rex defense for a year, and if it don't work, then let Rex have that
Yeah, but
team
then
with a good quarter with drafting a quarterback.
then you gotta start all over again.
With
I don't
what
know if I'm
position?
at quarterback. I mean,
So
they
you
got to
get
start
one. You
all over
draft.
anyway.
So you draft. You have all that money that he had on the book. You
Yeah,
go get one.
but then the fifth year the money accelerates. He gets like an option or something, 35 million.
He still has the rest of the team, and Aaron Rodgers is missing Garrett Wilson in the back of the end zone and bombs, and you have Rex Ryan with the rest of that team, and Aaron Rodgers gone. I'm still fine with it. Sorry, that's my opinion. You don't like it? That's cool. A lot of people don't like it. I love you, Pete.
Do you think they're that far away though from being good on offense, sir? I'm just asking. I'm not clapping or nothing. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, a couple moves on the line, and you're probably right where you want to be to some degree, though, too, right?
They
Even
need a
just
quarterback.
excluding a coach. But I'm saying excluding a coach per se, based on talent, you're not too far away, though, too. Like you said, it's got to go right, though. It's got to go right. But, linemen can be had.
I've personally always liked Rex Ryan as a coach. I've had a lot of exposure to him here. Office, I'm like you. I'm here in Baltimore, so I've seen Rex, with his defense. But I think you need to bring in fresh blood, man. And the Vrabel thing. One thing I like about Vrabel is I don't ever really think that he was let go for Tennessee because of the performance of the team. It seemed like there was just some friction internally. I mean, we got to remember that guy took a Ryan Tannehill-led Titans team into Baltimore and beat Lamar Jackson and the Ravens when the Ravens were the #1 seed and 13-3. So
I was
he
at
knows.
that game.
And another thing I'll say is, as a Dolphins fan, he's one of the coaches that have had Mike McDaniel's offense's number. And I do think Mike's going to be back in Miami. So when you look at your division opponents, like Mike Vrabel and the Titans have beat, you know, they had that Monday night victory over the Dolphins last year, where if the Dolphins win that game, they're the AFC champs, and our offense, we walk through the whole game, and the Titans gave us hell. So I like Vrabel. The only thing I will say is that if the Raiders fire Antonio Pierce, does Tom Brady, who's got ownership there now, try to get Mike Vrabel on board? I feel like that would be the Jets' stiffest competition. But I don't think the Jets are going to have, like historically, when a coach like Vrabel is available, there's a line around the door for his services. I think with some of these younger coordinators like the Ben Johnsons of the world, like, I don't think the Jets are going to have as much competition as maybe they typically would for a guy with his stature. And that's where, Petey, I'm with you, man. I think a guy like Vrabel puts a stamp on this is what our organization is going to be moving forward. Take the players out of it, because I know we all talk about players and draft picks. I think the most two important hires that you have as a franchise is your GM and your head coach. And you want them to be harmony between those, because those guys got to work together to develop draft boards, to make coaching hires, and do those type of things. If there's not synergy between the GM and the coach, your operation's flawed. Trust me, I'm a Dolphins fan. I see it every single year. Chris Greer, we've had first-time head coaches in here year after year after year. Whether it was Flores or Joe Philbin, Adam Gase, now Mike McDaniel, man. I think there's something to be said to finding a coach with experience, and I look no further than the Washington Commanders, who get a guy like Dan Quinn, who's a retread, who it didn't work out for him the first time around, but he has strong NFL connections. He knows how to run a team and a franchise, and they go out and they find the quarterback, right? Because that's the other third ingredient of all this, is finding the quarterback. When you have a quarterback, and I think we've all learned that this year, like, right, because we were in spaces telling Bills fans that their receiving group sucked. I think once your quarterback is good enough that he can kind of do it on his own, the receiving core doesn't matter as much. And I think you see that with guys like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen that don't have to be dependent on primary number one wide receiver. So, you know, I like the Vrabel thing for me as a Dolphins fan. That makes me nervous, because I think that would actually be the first time in a while that the Jets had really strong leadership at the top.
And he's kind of that guy, and I think this as well about Mike Vrabel, but like, he's that coach that gets you off the schneid. You know what I mean? Like, just say, for example, right? Say you've lost to a team in your division for a couple years straight or whatever, right? He just strikes me as that type of guy that gets you over the hump when you have, just not good numbers too, right? Like, he knows how to get these guys to play big games. That's the one key to having a guy like Mike Vrabel, right? Like, he can he amps them players up, dude. And I'll tell you what, he brings a lot of that mental gamesmanship that I always give credit to Mike Tomlin for having, right? Mike Vrabel's got some mental gamesmanship in his head, dude. He knows how to get you off your game.
Yeah, you know what, Office? I'm surprised by the fact that Ryan Day can't beat Michigan as the Ohio State coach. I'm surprised Ohio State's not sending feelers to Mike Vrabel to potentially be their coach. Because, obviously
Yeah,
he played
Buck.
ball there.
But you know who said that one night? Buckeye said that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
And
it's
you know
surprising.
now that UNC's looking at the old Patriots coach
Yeah,
potentially. That
that's
kind
what
of
they
thing could
said,
happen.
Belichick. I doubt that, though.
Apparently,
I think
Ohio
Mike
State
Vrabel
really.
would do
I'm
it
sorry.
I think Mike Vrabel would do it to be like, you know what, y'all should have hired me. Not the Jets, but some NFL team, right? Like it's
Yeah.
almost like he probably would. But great point.
Office, give me a sec. OG, you came up here. What's up, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Nice
Love
Knicks
them,
win
love
last
them,
night.
love 'em. Yeah, man,
Yo,
loving
you
that
know
shit,
what's
man.
crazy? Real quick, OG. I never spoke to you before, but first of all, how you
Uh-huh.
doing? Second of all,
I'm good, man.
yo, they gave up 60 points in the first half, and then they give up like 30 something the rest of the game.
Yeah, hold on. Go get your gloves. I'm in down with my daughter taking the school. Go ahead. Let's say that again. I'm sorry.
I said, what did they give up? 40 points, 30 something points in the second half. They gave up 60 something in the first half.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. OG Ananobi, it's worth every fucking penny. I still have them. Okay. Yeah, he's worth every penny. Every penny, man. That dude is a serious smart plug. Defense is out of this world. He's getting buckets. They told my cat trade was good, but that OG, that motherfucker is it. He's it. He's it.
Yo, you got
But
it. You got a football. Yeah, sorry, I got off track. We talk everything in here, but go ahead. You got
yeah,
football point?
well, yeah. OG Ananobi, man. That's my guy, man. Cat, he's coming along too. Things is working out for the best of this for us. But I'm speaking to Jets real quick. I've been watching the Jets for a long time. I'm not a Jet fan, but I do like the Jets. Okay, I'm a 49er fan. But the thing I look at and I notice across the board, trying to get that franchise put it back is very hard. You got to kind of, and you got. I think the smart thing for them to do, like Gary Wilson asked for a ton of money. We all know that. Wide receivers in this league, this is what the going is. This is what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And there's too many of these guys coming out of
Did we lose him?
college now.
I don't hear him anymore.
You don't see any
There
opening
you are.
line.
Well, he keeps bouncing in and out.
Okay, you know.
Hey, man. How you doing? Good, man.
All right, we'll get back to OG.
Well, I have to leave right now, but the one thing I wanted to
I'm
rebut,
busy,
and
bro.
maybe Neil
Make
can
it quick.
answer this.
He's still talking.
Yeah,
OG, we
but
didn't hear a word you were saying.
I
Let
just
Terrence
think the
go.
draft doesn't have anybody other than defensive and offensive linemen. I think in the top 10, I think all the quarterbacks and the two big wide receivers, McMillan and Hunter, are going to be gone by the time. And to me, that's why I was saying build the line this year. But anyway, that
Oh,
was
I
it. Thanks.
I definitely would go Mason Graham if he's there. If I'm the Jets, I think Mason Graham is a day one impact player. I don't think he's the prospect of an Ndamukong Suh type, but I think he's a level right below that. You pair him with Quinnen Williams. I mean, that's a tremendous upgrade from Javon Kinlaw. Mason Graham and Travis Hunter are the only two players in this entire draft that I personally have graded as blue chip players. With the third, if I had to put them there, Ashton Gentry, the running back from Boise State, they're my top three players in this draft. So I think the Jets should be all over Mason Graham if he's there. But Petey and I have talked about this offline. I think my fourth prospect is Will Johnson, and I like him a lot, especially if DJ Reed is going to go. And I know there's I think the Jets ultimately are going to maintain Sauce, but having a combination of Sauce with Will Johnson, for the next 5 years would be quite the tandem in the secondary for the Jets.
Yeah, I just don't know if the Jets should spend the high top 10 pick on a corner again. But they're going to win a game or two. I'm telling you. I just sense it.
PD, I have a rule in the draft, and everyone's always like, take the highest guy on your board, draft for need. My philosophy is a little bit different. It's don't let good players prevent you from taking great players. Whenever you have the chance to get a difference maker and, you have that ability, I don't even care who's on your roster. Like I was kind of half joking in a space the other day. They were saying, what happens if the Dolphins have the 10th pick in the draft and these are the three guys on? And I was like, I would take the running back Ashton Gentry. And they came back, we're like, why? Like we have Devon A-Chain and we have Jalen Wright. And my scenario is I think he's the next Saquon type, Barkley type running back in this league. So, I like Devon A-Chain. I think he's more of a weapon than he is a running back. Jalen Wright, he's showed some flashes, but I'm not going to let anybody who I think is a good player prevent me from taking a great player. So Will Johnson's a guy that's a great player. You take that person, you take that positional kind of flux out of the equation. In my opinion, because I think that a lot of teams overthink the draft a lot of times, and we all sit there and make our boards and our teams on the clock, and we want player X, and they always take player Y, and I think sometimes it's just like don't overthink it. Take the best talent on the board. I know that we have the scouting combines and the Senior Bowl and all these events that the Underwear Olympics, and you can see a guy jump out of the gym, but I always say sometimes the tape and the naked eye don't lie. And when you watch some of these guys on Saturdays, like Will Johnson, to me, I think he's every bit the player of Sauce coming out of Cincinnati. And I had Sauce as the number 4 player in that draft. So you get a guy like that, man, and you have 2 shutdown guys. You can eliminate 50% plus of a football field with those 2 guys. I mean, that makes things a lot easier on your defensive line.
I agree. OG, you're back. Are you in better non-Wi-Fi state?
Yeah, man.
There
Technical
you are.
Yeah, for me, I'm gonna tell you something, man. You got quarterbacks in the future that's coming out in the next 3-4 years. I mean, honestly speaking, it depends on what kind of road you're trying to go, like in the next 5 years. You feel me? You ain't going no road with Aaron Rodgers for the next 5 years. That's just realistic. If you're trying to shoot for the moon with Aaron Rodgers, say for next season, that means you're going to leverage a lot of shit. That means you end up leveraging your future to try to sign guys, to go guys, get money, stuff like that. And that's a hard spill. I don't know what the money's like with the Jets right now, as far as cap and this and that, and who's getting what. And if you're trying to build a team right now, the offensive line is growing. It's going to. I mean, they still got to get better. You got to think about your running back. Is he going to want more money? Or you can get a guy
Yeah,
in college.
OG, that's what I've been saying. Like I would build. I know people don't want to pay running backs, but I would keep Breece Hall for the next 2 to 3 years. I would. I
Yeah,
don't know
and
why people say, "Oh, you could get a running back." I'm not overvaluing Breece and saying he's this great running back, but I think he's
well,
really good.
Just
this is
tag him for a year.
yeah.
Yeah,
Nah, you can't.
but then Neil, like the Christian McCaffrey thing, like throws everything off because that 19 million now throws the whole fourth.
Yeah,
It's
that's
between
killing
night.
the
It's like
correct.
it's a lot of money, man.
Yeah, you
Like
know what though? I'd rather have the short term, pay more money in the short term than have the long term liability. But that might just be me, like, because I think running backs do hit a wall at some point, and a lot of running back contracts you're paying on the back end for not a lot of performance. But I get what you're saying. But yeah, I wouldn't just get rid of Brees Hall. He's still a really good football player.
Nah, you don't want to do that. I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't want to do that because let me tell you something. A lot of teams, like the 49ers running back coach is phenomenal. That's why they hit on running backs all the time. If you notice that. That doesn't happen in the league a lot. You feel me? And then you gotta look at this here too. Like look at Saquon, and then you look at what you call Derrick Henry, right? You guys can still hear me, right? Look at Derrick Henry. Those guys leave, and look what they're doing. They're leading the league in the NFL right now. You know what I'm saying? And they are plus in every single game that they play. So trying to keep a good running back in the league right now, unless you got a good scouting department, they hit on running backs all the time. The Jets are not that guy. They're just not. They scouting department is ass when it comes to fucking hitting on running backs. You know what I'm saying? So
I
mean,
don't know about that though, because OG, to be fair, the Jets have I know they signed, they traded for Thomas Jones, signed Curtis Martin. We drafted Sean Green, Bilal Powell. The Jets have always had decent running backs. They've always been a run team. Like even when I was younger, Adrian Morrell.
thank you for reminding me of that. But I think if I'm the Jets, honestly speaking, you got a kid like Peyton Manning Jr. is coming out another year too. Okay? You want to leverage yourself to get you a franchise quarterback coming out of the draft. You got to. Because that Aaron Rodgers shit, we get maybe another year or two. I don't think he's got the same shit he had before.
I don't think he's going to be here next year.
That's what I'm saying. So if you decide like what's available, and it goes on coaching too. I mean, if you look at Sam Darnold was able to open up his game when he went to Minnesota.
Correct. It took him 5 years, but still, or 6 years. But good for Darnold.
Exactly. So I think a lot of times when it comes to quarterbacks hitting on, it depends on if you got to get a younger coach. You know what I'm saying? You might have to get a younger coach, somebody that's got more of an offensive mindset. The organization itself is going to start looking towards that. If you get an older guy, it's good too. But I don't know if he'll be able to open up another quarterback. I mean, this is a hard sell right now, man. It's pretty tough. It's going to be pretty tough for teams this year. Like, I look at the 49ers myself because I'm a Niner fan. Like, whoever thought Brock Purdy is going to be this guy, last guy in the draft? You know what I'm saying?
But OG, how much are you paying Purdy? You're going to give him $55 million a year for the next 5 years?
Who knows? Money talk.
That's what I'm saying.
I know, but
OG,
you know
one
what?
second. Let me get to Tom because I know Tom's
I just want to lay this
commuting.
out real quick and I'm gonna land.
Go ahead.
Quarterbacks are getting fucking ridiculous money now, and that's just gonna continue. It's the way the league is set now. Or Singers the same thing. It's just how the league is now. Nothing you can do about this shit.
Agreed. Tom, go ahead.
Morning, PD.
I don't have your mute.
Hope your week has been good.
I don't have your music cued. Sorry.
That's all right. We don't need the music. This is a chillax commuting day, frankly. I mean, fact is, because I wasn't feeling well earlier this week and I had to either with my kids, I'm actually going into the office today instead of my hybrid day like usual. So that's all right. This could be a chillax day.
Hope they feel better, bro.
Thanks on that.
Hey, Tom, you know what's crazy? Real quick, we could barely talk about the game this weekend. It's a joke. There's nothing to talk about, really. It's terrible, man.
I know. Believe me, I know with that. And it's Jets-Dolphins, and the fact it's actually a late Jets-Dolphins fact we're there. It's sad that's where we are with that. I mean, had there been way better circumstances if they did what we expect to begin the season? This should have been Nemo's type football weekend for Jets and college fans, which would be, all the conference championship games this weekend, like tonight and tomorrow. And then watch the Jets knowing our luck, you saying, Petey? Watch them not beat Jacksonville. Watch them steal this game somehow on it. That's what I wouldn't be shocked by. Because we know they're going to get one, like you said, and quote-unquote ruin the more ideal draft position that the fans for the tank want. Because that's just how the Jets operate. And usually it is about this time of year, because I think it was when we avoided being a winless team quite a few years ago, and it was around this time of year, and we avoided that. But when we had one win and we got our second win. The Jets, in December, when they're way out of it, find a way to steal a game they should not win at all. And I, unfortunately, for pick's sake, could see that happening. I mean, does beating Miami at least once and splitting always make me happy as a Jet fan? Yes, absolutely it does. But I'm just apathetic to it at this point. I'm more hyped about tonight's game as an Army fan. And Office, next week is even with Army even wins the conference championship, it's still going to be for not so most Army fans, as Office knows, with next week being the big game that matters to us with military ties. Right, Office?
Yes, sir. I can't wait, man. It's my favorite game of the year. I love it. Go Navy, beat
Yes,
the
it is.
Army.
Is the
Are you
game in
rooting
is the
Tulane or
game in
Army tonight,
Philly?
though? No, it's in the Redskins Stadium
Yep,
this year.
Redskins Stadium.
The FedEx.
And,
Man, the
and
at the end of the game, man, that shit is real emotional, man. That's it. I love watching. I always tune in to the end of the game, man, for that. Good.
yeah, no, it's beautiful with the alma mater. I actually heard it walking out after Army still got killed at Yankee Stadium, when that whole experience was a shit show getting in, though. I've never been anything like that. Notre Dame needs to stay playing in MetLife if they come to the New York area, not Yankee Stadium ever again. MetLife at least knows how to get you in time for kickoff. But anyway, I'm looking forward, at least tonight, flipping between Channel 7 and Channel 5, since you got the quote-unquote Power 5, Group of 5 conference championships, because you got Boise State with Jeffrey versus UNLV. Winner of that's probably getting that last auto bid for the college football playoff. And then Army, see if they can, in the first year in a conference, in a long time, not only win a championship, and then see if Navy can be like, ha, you may have won the championship, but we still got pride with that. Because that's going to be a tight game next week with that. The Office, are you rooting for Tulane or Army? Be honest.
I would honestly be honest with you. I would rather root for Army. I'm a military guy through and through, and Tulane's had a great season. I think they got a real good quarterback. But certainly, I really feel like those military cadets deserve what they've worked hard for too. Right? I just little
Yeah.
bit of you know what I mean. Like they live such a
Oh, yeah.
different life than anybody else, and to be relevant, I really am rooting for them, to be honest with you, sir.
Yeah. I'm afraid of what happens if Army loses Monken, because that's Todd Monken's cousin, Jeff. That'd be the only way I would accept Todd, and the only way I would accept Jeff going away to Army is if Todd actually brought him to the pros if it was the Jets. That would be the only thing acceptable to me as an Army Jet fan, but that's a pipe dream and a half.
And he's a very good coach.
Yeah, because Office, he is. Yeah, Monken, they know how to coach, apparently. Yeah, because Office, just side noting, TD, this is just how amazing and apathetic the Jets timeline, my timeline is with Jets and Dolphins stuff. Usually this week, it's so much full of everything. I'm seeing more smack talk from Tulane fans over saying this because there's a few tickets left when it's going to be a 20-degree game tonight for the championship, because the American Athletic Conference, that lower conference, they give the home game to the top team.
See, right. That's where I think Army has the advantage, man. Louisiana's a lot different temperature, and those military guys, they're built for this. That cold ain't gonna bother them. It might help them out.
And the cadets are there.
Tom,
the cadets
real quick.
There. Sorry.
Real quick, like Neil's on here, and there's been plenty of like Dolphins talk, shit talk, and all that, but there's not even any real crap talk going on now. It's awful, man. There's nothing. Bro, I hated the Dolphins growing up, and it's just like, I mean, I want to see the Jets win because I just don't like the Dolphins, but I mean, even if the Dolphins beat the Jets, they're just going to say, oh, they're burying us more. It doesn't even mean anything this year, in my opinion. It's a joke.
You know what, Petey? I'll jump.
On both teams.
Yeah,
ahead,
I
Neil.
Of course want to win the football game. Like, we have, our rivalry, everything we've talked about. And I think if we win, we officially eliminate the Jets from the playoffs, which is just, whatever. But no, yeah, it's one of those things that, like, the Dolphins win. And I'll be honest, yeah, I actually think the Dolphins are going to probably cruise in this game a little bit. And the reason is that whenever McDaniel has a coach that's inferior to him, he can expose them. And I think Albrecht's been a disaster. And I think Sauce might be out and Brees might be out. And, I hate to say it, but I think the Jets, for all intents and purposes, over the next few weeks are probably packing their bags and getting ready for the offseason. So I think Tua's been playing really well, and he probably is going to have a good game, and it might be the Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle coming out party we've been waiting for.
But, to me, it's a fool's goal type of win. The Dolphins would have to win 5 games in a row to even sniff a chance at the playoffs. And nothing they've done this year has shown me that they have that ability, even though I think they could potentially win every game on their schedule from a talent standpoint. But, talent is part of the equation, but there's a lot of other things. And, that's where I think we're lacking. I'm not a Mike McDaniel guy. He's lost my faith in him as a head coach. Just not prepared in big games. Too many flags. We have a one-size-fits-all offense. It's 4th and 1, 1st and 20. We run the same offense. So it's at home. I feel good about it for the Dolphins, but it doesn't have that swag that we were all excited about during the offseason when we were all going back and forth. It kind of seems like just an exhibition game at this point.
Yep, it does. It's a shame.
Exactly.
And the thing is, too, how do you feel about the fact that the weather, depending on the weather, the type of weather Miami plays in, has a huge effect on their effectiveness, though, doesn't it? I mean, I know that
Oh, yeah.
Buffalo game
All of
was
a
a little
sudden,
bit of an outlier, but
I'm public enemy 1 in my franchise right now, to the most part. The death threats have been coming in dozens, because I'm of the belief that the Dolphins should tear it all down. And I do a show on with a guy named Reason in Canada called Fin Too Deep, and we do it. And for me personally, I've heard kind of a little bit about chatter about Tyreek Hill's final 5 games here in Miami, and his goal is to get back to Kansas City this offseason. So, it's one of those things for me. It's like, if you have those type of scenarios going on, your GM's been in the building for 20 years, and literally in 20 years, you haven't won a playoff game. And, you have a head coach that caught the league, I think, off guard with his offense last year. Look, we scored 70 points against the Denver Broncos team led by Sean Payton and embarrassed them. But I think the league's figured out Mike McDaniel's offense, and he has not been able to find a way to counter. And I think he's really struggling as a play caller right now. I think he's probably, if he was solely an offensive coordinator, he might be the best in the league. That head coach responsibility, I think, is weighing on him a little bit. And because we just said it wasn't just talent. For me, Tyreek Hill, I think, still the best receiver in the world. But I think he's very content. He's got a ring. He's making $30-some million a year. We lose a game, he jumps on Twitter and throws jokes. I laugh all the time because I say, Office, back in 2011 when the Ravens got knocked out of the playoffs and Ray Lewis gathered that team in the locker room, and that was after he had that infamous speech in the locker room, and then the Ravens came back and won the Super Bowl. How you lose to me means a lot. How you react to your losing. The Dolphins just seem like a franchise to me that is so content with the Miami lifestyle, getting big paydays, no state tax, but they don't seem committed to winning to me. And that starts at the top down. And Stephen Ross, he's a lot like Woody Johnson. He'll open up his wallet. He'll pay players. He'll give bonuses. He just doesn't have the right football people around him. And when you don't have the right people, you listen to everybody. So it's always a start and a stop. We get Tua in here, and then we're meeting Tom Brady on a boat, and stuff like that. So it's just a lot of chaos in the division. Now, the one narrative I will say that has happened this year is that I think Tua Tagovailoa has developed into a very, very more well-rounded quarterback where he's not living and dying by the deep ball. He's picking teams apart, and he has full control of the offense. And I'm actually, it sounds crazy to say this, I actually think the Dolphins and Tua Tagovailoa will be a better team without Tyreek Hill. And why I say that is everything I mentioned earlier about his lack of what I view as, focus. I'll use that word. But we first had Devontae Parker, Isaiah Ford, and Lynn Bowden as our receivers when Tua got here, and we all pounded the table. We wanted guys that can separate. So we went out and we drafted Jalen Waddle, and then we traded for Tyreek Hill. Well, it's a redundancy. We need to find somebody that has a different skill set, somebody that is, a possession guy that it's 3rd and 9 that can go to. I always like to throw this out like they grow on trees, but like a Mike Evans type of wide receiver, a jump ball guy, a guy that can make plays in the red zone. And, but we talked about this a couple weeks ago. There's a lot of similarities between the Jets and the Dolphins organizations, and it starts at the top, and they're both rotten at the core. And, you look at the top franchise in this league, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens on the AFC side, like all those have had continuity in the front office. They're well-run organization. You don't hear a lot of crazy leaks and drama coming out of their franchise. But, you turn on the TV, this year it's been the Jets. A lot of other years it's been the Dolphins. I mean, Tyreek Hill was in handcuffs before the first game of the season. And, it's hard to win in this league. And when you have 53 guys, and if they're not all pulling in the same direction, it shows on Sundays. And, for me as a football fan, I'm 42. I've been a Dolphins fan 36 years. I live in Baltimore. I'm a 19-year season ticket holder of the Miami Dolphins. It's been very disappointing to see this team not be able to take that next step. And I'm of belief that I've seen this movie enough that with 3 years of Mike McDaniel, I don't think a big change is coming. So you can stay the course and see if something drastic happens, or you can burn it down and start over. The one thing I'll say is the Dolphins have never burnt it down completely to the studs and got rid of everybody, and they won't do that. I'm confident that Stephen Ross, he's 85, 86 years old. I don't think he has the patience or maybe even, the time on this earth to wait for a complete rebuild. So, like I said this a week ago in this space, is that I actually, the Dolphins will end up with a better record than the Jets this year. But I actually say that the Jets, I envy their position because they know they failed, with the Rodgers experiment. I don't think Rodgers is back. I think they're gonna go get a good GM, and I think they will get Mike Vrabel. And I think that gives excitement because it's a kind of a rebirth of a franchise where I think the Dolphins are going to bring back as many players and coaches as they're on the roster. Say this season is a mulligan because Tua was out 4 games, and just try to kind of go status quo and draft. But I'm not confident that's going to work, especially in a league where the best 4 players in this league are Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Pat Mahomes, and they're all in the AFC. That's just my long-winded story about where the Dolphins are.
Yeah, Neil, it's a shame, man. There's I think the Jets are going to lose by double digits this week.
Yeah, I'm flying to the game on Sunday. So I coach 3 soccer games tomorrow and a basketball game. I'm flying out on a red eye Sunday morning to go watch the game, and it's the first game I'll tell you how bad it is. Like, I've been either giving my season tickets away because on the game against the Titans on the Monday Night Football game, like for me to go and take my family to a Dolphins game in Miami with flights, airfare, food, it's about $2,000, right? So I was like, I'll just watch it at home. I put my tickets up. I got $38 a ticket, and I'm in section 126, like good seats, and like you can't even get rid of them at this point. So I figured, man, I've been taking too many losses on the tickets. And then on Monday morning, the wife and I are flying away for a week to the Bahamas. So win, lose, or draw, I got that coming out of it. So kind of one last hurrah for the holidays. But yeah, like I'll be honest, I'm not even that excited about the game.
Are you in the sun? Are you in the sun part of the stadium?
Oh yeah, man! You die. You get sunburned. You get it's hot. It's definitely hot. We prepared for it though, and a lot of times I'm pretty softened up by a good tailgate. So, but yeah, man, I like football. Like we talk about this all the time offline. PD, football Sunday to me is sacred. Like watching the games with my son, like that was my dream when I was a kid, is to have that what I had with my dad one day, and like. I kind of take it for granted, but like this football season has been the least fun I've had as a Dolphins fan. It really has. I mean, and you're probably feeling a lot of the same way with expectations. It's one thing if your team's not good, right? And you just know it's coming. But when you have expectations and they fail to deliver, it's a miserable feeling, especially when you see a team that's in your division like the Buffalo Bills that we like I didn't think they were going to be a bad football team, but I didn't think they were going to be a juggernaut. That's for sure. And, I think we both know that as long as that quarterback is lined up under center for Buffalo, it doesn't matter who his running back is. It doesn't matter who his receivers are. He's different. He's a Hall of Fame type of cat.
Neil, if he stopped right now, I think he's close to a Hall of Famer now. Like legitimately.
he's going to get that MVP this year. And like, like I grew up during the Jim Kelly era, right? And that was the Bills always like seemed to have the Dolphins number. Jim Kelly would always get Marino, but like I didn't fear Jim Kelly like I fear Josh Allen. And
Yeah, because Jim
there's
Kelly couldn't
actually
run.
well, like Josh Allen against the Dolphins, I think, and I have to double check this, I actually think he has the highest QBR of one player against any other team in the history of this league. Like, Tom Brady didn't do to the Dolphins what Josh Allen's been able to do to the Dolphins. And, like, he's been our kryptonite. I mean, we beat him in that crazy game 2 years ago with the Sun when was Tua concussed or not. I don't know if you remember that game, but, like, he just makes plays. When you think you have him and your edge defender's coming and hit him on the blind side, that dude just ducks out, silhouettes, and runs for 15 yards. He's tough as nails. He's got a great arm, man. He is an awesome player. I love watching him. I just hate that he's in our division and he's on the Bills.
Yep, I agree. I don't even know what to talk about with the Jets this weekend. Like, I mean, if Brees Hall doesn't play, Braylon Allen's gonna, get some good carries.
That's
Sure.
exciting to see, though, right? Like, I think that's something to watch out for. That's fun. Like, because I do think Braylon Allen's a good player for the Jets, man. And I don't think that I expected him early when he was having success to get more carries, and it just doesn't seem like it's ever come to fruition. Like,
Nope.
I think that would be excited, but the one thing that I think the elephant in the room with the Jets, PD, that you have to pay close attention, and I think I saw him down there, but Chris has been saying this, and I think it's a very valid point, is what's Garrett Wilson's commitment to this team going to be after this season? Like, I know that they're contractually, the Jets have control over him, but if we've learned anything in today's NFL and day and age, the players have the power, right? Like, do you think there could be ever a scenario where that Garrett Wilson's so frustrated and fed up with how things have been going that he potentially could try to find a way out? Is that a concern for you?
Probably. I mean, look, Reddick requested a trade, and then they don't have to do it, but it's But my philosophy on this is they have control of him for the next 4 years. If he don't like it, F him.
Yeah,
and I don't want
agree
to
with you a
say
lot.
that to him. He's such a bro. This guy, listen, I don't know him personally, but when he's around the fans, this guy gets it. Like he just the way he speaks, he's an incredible person in my eyes.
Well, and he's having a good season, right? But like by his standards and his talent, it's probably not what you would expect. And I don't think anything that's related to his skill. I think a lot of it's just related to how the season's gone for the Jets. But if I'm looking at the Jets from the outside, you gotta I always say who's your nucleus? It's Garrett Wilson, right? It's Olu Fashanu. It's Will McDonald. I know he's not popular. I still put Sauce in there as a young cornerback with 2 All-Pros.
Quentin Williams.
Right. Quentin Williams. Those are probably your core 5 guys. And I know the only thing I'm a little different with you is Brees Hall. And it's not that I don't think Brees Hall's a good player. It's just that, like, when your window closes with one regime, paying a running back from the old to me is something that I just wouldn't do. But I'm not saying that you're wrong that he's a good player. But I think that 5 players that we just identified as the nucleus, right? And then you still have Quincy Williams, who's a top 10 linebacker in this league. Like, there's talent there to be molded. And if you're expecting a quick turnaround going out and getting that first year head coach, I think that kind of impedes your acceleration. Like, that's why I think a guy like Vrabel makes a lot of sense. It's kind of plug and play. Like, you're going to give him pretty much off the bat at least a better nucleus than he had in Tennessee. And he proved he could win with that nucleus. And when you look at the quarterback position, he was able to win with Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill, to me, as a guy that's watched him, almost every snap he ever took in college and the NFL, he's a good football player, but like he's a middle of the road NFL starter. So like if the bar is
Neil,
the Jets,
Vrabel elevated that team in my eyes, don't you think?
Well, that's my point. Like that's exactly what I'm saying. Like
that's
you don't
why
even have
I
to go
want
out.
Vrabel there. He had Ryan Tannehill, and I know it fell apart at the end, but he's a winner.
But here's my question, PD. But did it? Because they had a roster, I think, that was going the right way. They had A.J. Brown. Their GM traded A.J. Brown away to the Eagles with Vrabel not even being involved in those conversations. Like, and that's where I'm talking about, like, organizational harmony. Your GM should not be trading A.J. Brown without involving their head coach. That should never happen. Like, those type of organizations are organizations that get stuck in the mud. So I actually think Vrabel was building it the right way there. And I think Ryan Tannehill was their placeholder to him before he got his franchise quarterback. And I think that GM, and the reason I think Vrabel's not there is he realized that he wasn't going to run his operation his way, and he wasn't going to put up with some GM meddling in his business. And I think he told him off, and they decided to mutually part ways. So, like, I think that if you look at the addition of Vrabel, the Jets will be a more competitive team year one. You give them a 2-year window to go out there and find a new franchise quarterback. And then that's, how effective
But
that
Neil,
player
does it
is.
have to be a young guy, or could it be a stopgap guy? Like, to me, Tampa found Baker Mayfield. He should be the quarterback for the next 5 years there.
To
Correct?
make the playoffs, I think you can get a stopgap. To go far
But
in the
is it
playoffs, I think
Tyrod Taylor? Is it, I don't think, I don't even know if Jordan Travis will get his shot.
for next year, for next year, I would say that it's probably Tyrod Taylor, right? Like, I think that's the way to go. Like the quarterback class this year, everyone has their own opinions. The Shador Sanders and Cam Ward are likely going to go to top 5 picks. They're, quarterbacks get elevated in the NFL draft because of the old supply and demand. I don't think either two of them have the ability to be top 10 quarterbacks in the league, even when they reach their full
Well, who do you think is
maturation
going to get
ability.
the first pick?
Oh, it's going to be Jacksonville. They just put
Trevor Lawrence, yeah.
Yeah, but I think they're going to go Travis Hunter. They need a corner, and a lot of people ask, what can you do with Travis Hunter? I think he's a full-time corner that could play 15 plays on offense over the course of a game.
You think they would flip-flop him in and out?
Yeah, I think the way I would think that it would work is he's a full-time corner with about probably 12 to 15 offensive plays designed over a course of a game is how I would do it. He's awesome, man. He's a special player. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Champ Bailey back coming out of Georgia many moons ago. But yeah, so I think the quarterbacks, like when I look at it, if I'm a Jets fan, I kind of want those quarterbacks to go top 5 because that's going to push talent at other positions down into my lap. It's not the strongest draft. It's much stronger on the defensive side of the ball. I like a guy like Will Campbell a lot. I think he's more suited to play interior at guard than he is on the outside of tackle. My NFL comp for him would be Brandon Sheriff coming out of Iowa, who the Commanders drafted, I think, at 4 when they got him. I think he's more of a left guard type of player. Kelvin Banks, the Texas offensive tackle, he's a good player for me, but you guys just invested a top 10 pick practically in Olu Fashanu. If I'm the Jets, because I do think they'll need another tackle, I'm looking at the top of the second round. West Virginia right tackle Wyatt Milliam is a guy that I think you can plug and play. Mean, nasty guy. He'll kick you in the face when you're on the ground. He's that type of dude. I like a guy like that. But I think you're right on. Will Johnson, Mason Graham, those Michigan defenders make a lot of sense. And if they did go the pass rush route, I'm married to a Penn State alum. We watch a lot of Penn State. Abdul Carter, man, he's not going to give you much against the run, but he is even more twitchy as a pass
relentless.
rusher.
So with him and Will McDonald would be nice on the outside.
Right, because I'll say this, as a Dolphins fan, one thing I am looking forward to is Jalen Phillips and Chop Robinson next year together. I think Hassan Reddick's obviously not going to be back as part of the Jets' plan next year. Abdul Carter has scary NFL traits. He's very twitchy. He can bend like Gumby around the corner. When you get him a kind of an arsenal of pass rush moves and counters, I think he's a perennial double-digit sack guy. But, he probably has a little bit of development under him where I think Mason Graham and Will Johnson, you throw them in the lineup and they're plug and play. And if, trading back is an art, right? It's really hard to do it. But there's 3 other defenders, or 4, I'll say, that I would circle and star. Malachi Starks is the best safety in this draft class. He's probably the best safety that's come out in 5 to 7 years. I absolutely love his game. He is a dog, the DAWG version. He is always where he's supposed to be, knows for the football, just what a great player. the other Michigan defensive tackle, Kenneth Grant. When you watch the Ohio State game, I actually think he outplayed Mason Graham. He's 6'3", 340 pounds. He's chasing down, Quinshawn Judkins, who's the running back from Ohio State, 25 yards down the field. I love that type of motor. Another defensive tackle from Kentucky is Deion Walker. He's like 6'7", 345 pounds, mean, big, strong dude. And then Georgia has another guy, Jalen Walker, who's a linebacker / edge type of player.
Somebody had the Jets taking him in the mock.
Bro, he's going to be – I think he's an off-ball linebacker, and he's so versatile. I think he's going to be an absolute stud at the next level.
So he's the sideline guy?
Yeah, he can be. But what I like about him best, to be honest, is when the lights are the brightest, he's the best player on that defense every single time. So, like, there's some good defensive players in this draft. Another safety that doesn't get a lot of love is a guy out of South Carolina, Nick Imanwori. He's a dude that, he's just so versatile, man. He reminds me of a blend between Derwin James and Fred Warner.
He's very good.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him, man.
Neil, can I just say one thing real quick? Guys, if you're listening, obviously, we're on YouTube. We're close to hitting 200 subscribers. Thank you to everybody who's subscribed. If you can subscribe, please get us up to that. It's building, man, and we're working towards it. There's some short videos, polls up there. Probably in the off season, I'll be doing some interviews with reporters or people who cover the draft. So if you're on here now, if you could subscribe, get us up to over 200, appreciate it if you're not subscribed already. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that, Neil.
Yeah, I know it's a Jets commute, but, man, I think you run a great overall football commute space. We're all in traffic heading to work in the mornings, man, and I love it. I like the banter. I like the information. I love your guests. I know you had Antoine on yesterday. Antoine was in Miami as a beat writer for a long time. He's a great dude.
They love him there, man.
Oh, dude, he's me and him. You've had many conversations about the best chicken wing spots to eat in the areas, man. So Antoine's the man, dude. And you know what I like about him, Petey? I thought he was authentic yesterday. I think a lot of times when you get beat writers up for any team, there's a lot of fluff. They have to be careful what they say. They walk on eggshells. They're afraid of the organization they cover kind of silencing them. But Antoine doesn't seem to give a shit. He kind of says what's on his mind, and I love that about him. He's always been like that.
He's awesome, man.
Yeah, he's great. You guys are lucky to have him. I mean, I like a few of the Dolphins beat writers, but there's a few that I think, can pound sand, if I'm being honest.
CB, you came up. What's up? You got a minute?
Not much, man. Not much. Just wanted to say happy Friday.
Yeah, man. It's you could tell, yeah, man, it's CB this season. I thought the off season dragged. This season feels like it's never ending, man. It's just brutal, man.
Five more games, Petey. 5 more games.
I just want the coach and everything. I just want this settled. And I don't know if it's going to be settled. I hope it is before the Super Bowl.
The GM, I think, will be settled by the end of January. The head coach depends on who you're going after, I guess. If you're trying to reel in a Ben Johnson, which I don't think is the most feasible, you might be waiting until the Super Bowl, depending on how far the Lions go. If you're trying to get a Matt Nagy, which, again, wouldn't be my choice, but you might be waiting until the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So it really just depends on who they want.
Well, I think they can interview him during the there's when I think the interviews will be Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, you'll have time to interview those guys, but you won't be able to make anything official until, they're eliminated. So
Yep.
Well, the Brown season's not going beyond the regular season, and that's where Vrabel is right now. So, I'll say this. I know that Woody caught a lot of slack, and it was unorthodox about when he fired GM and head coaches. But if it did allow the Jets to get a head start on conversations, and they are truly kind of zeroing in on a guy like Vrabel who can interview as soon as he wants to, I think that could end up being, even though unorthodox, low-key, a good decision by Woody Johnson, dare I say.
Yeah, because they had asked Todd Monken that the other day at the press conference, and maybe he was just, being a good dude about it. But he was like, I ain't worried about none of that stuff. Not the Jets per se, you know what I mean? But like Monken was just like, I'm not doing anything with any potential coaching jobs right now. And I'm thinking to myself, that's what our whole defensive staff said last year. And now they all gone. It's tricky, man. That shit's tricky, especially when they're still active on a team.
Well, doesn't Ben Johnson kind of come off as an arrogant print when he's turning down interviews and stuff? But like when you look at it,
Yeah.
I think that makes him even more attractive as a head coach. A guy that is so zeroed in his current role that he is closing the doors on opportunities that are just pay. They're not only pay raises, they're promotions for him. But he's so focused on the task at hand that that's not even on his radar. To me, that makes him more attractive. But it does come off as this guy's kind of a little bit arrogant. But I respect his focus and dedication to the Lions because with him, Aaron Glenn, and Dan Campbell, and them operating, the one thing that's against them is they don't have the quarterback that can go put a cape on in a phone booth and carry this team like a Lamar, like a Josh, like a Mahomes. But man, they have everything else, and Jared Goff is still a very good quarterback. So it's not me crapping on him. I mean, the Lions are very
Yeah.
much in it.
Neil, let me ask you something real quick. And Aaron, good morning. Just real quick. I thought, that was ballsy to go for it on 4th and 1 and not kick the field goal. I know it worked, but then earlier in the fourth quarter, he went for it on 4th and 1 from the 29-yard line of his own. That's just crazy, man. I could see the other one at the end of the game, but Dan Campbell's living on the edge, man.
You know that meme with Randy from South Park with the wheelbarrow? That's kind of Dan Campbell, right? Like that's how he's always been. Sometimes you're the fly, sometimes you're the windshield. Like last year, I thought his over aggression cost them the NFC Championship against the Niners. I think he had some really bad, questionable decision making, but you know, you don't win by sitting on your heels, right? So that aggressive nature paid off for him last night. Um, I'll tell you, man, I said this last night. Dan Campbell was our interim coach. When he became the interim coach and laid a spark onto the Miami Dolphins, it was infectious. At that time, I personally didn't want him to be our head coach, but it does appear he could be maybe the one that got away because he looks like, don't you just see him as a coach? You see that locker room speech that he has after the game. Like, I want to run a wall through that guy, and I'm not a Lions fan. Like, when the Dolphins are mathematically eliminated from this, I'm adopting as the Lions, the team I want to see it win it all. So, I think he's doing a freaking hell of a job. But aggression is a two-way street. Like, he's on top of the world today, but sometimes you can be overly aggressive. But, his team's backing up. The Lions are the team that's done it the right way, built through the draft, built a great staff. The ownership stays away out of it. They got a great front office. Like, they are a team. Every time Jack Campbell was a guy that I wanted for the Dolphins. Brian Branch was a guy that I wanted for the Dolphins. They do nothing but draft guys that I have on my damn draft sheet, and I envy it, man. And that team, it's actually really amazing to see how well that defense is playing without Aiden Hutchinson. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
the
Yeah,
Lions
and
are fun,
somebody
man.
else, Branch, went down yesterday with cramps. I don't know if he came back in. But that was a great game at the end. Neil, let me just get to Aaron. And guys, I'm going to probably close up a little bit early today. I want to, I do this every day. It's not easy. So I appreciate you guys, every morning. It's just been a brutal season, man. There's nothing else to say. It's just been brutal. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, Petey, CB, Neil, office. Hope y'all having a good Friday.
You too, man.
No, I just kind of wanted to touch on
Well,
the
sorry.
whole Vrabel thing. So hypothetically speaking, let's say if we do bring in Vrabel, do you see him retaining and then possibly promoting Downing to the OC like he was in Tennessee, or do you think we'll try and find a new OC?
It's a great question.
It is, and I think that's a possibility for sure. With that said, you'll learn what he really thinks about Todd Downing if he gets the job, though. Because if he brings someone from the outside, it kind of will speak volumes. But man, the way I view a rebuild, and I guess we could label that a rebuild, right, Petey? Like if this is what happens, I almost think that as many people as you can get rid of that collects a check for the team is the right route. And you know, not to say there aren't holdovers that do a good job and things like that, but like, I believe an organization can get tainted by people that aren't doing it. I haven't heard a lot of positive things about Todd Downing, and in this space at least. So, I would have faith that Mike Vrabel would probably be able to build a better staff, especially the second go around here, than previously. So, my expectation would be that he'd probably find an upgrade and find someone to bring in that way.
Yeah, I agree. All right,
He's
guys.
got to be a way better prepared coach now after having that run as a Tennessee too, like you said.
Yeah, I think Downing actually has called good games, man, for the most part, but they don't do anything in the second. Like, it's either they don't do anything in the first half. The Colts game, I believe it was the Texan game. Was it the Colts game? It was brutal. I don't even remember, and I usually remember all this shit.
Well, Petey, I would say this though. Like for me, the one Jets game that I watched in full was the Seattle game, right?
Yeah.
And in the first half, it looked like the Jets were going to win that game 35-10, right?
Yeah.
And like how they didn't score in the second half, like and it just seemed like as the game went on, and I don't know if it's Rodgers being 41 and the Achilles might still be bothering him. It just seemed like he was throwing off of his back foot consistently, man. And when you do that, the ball can drift on you. It just doesn't seem like he has command like he used to. Because the fact that he lost that game, and I know it helps you guys in your draft order and everything, but when you look at it, it's like it's one of those games like, how the hell did we lose this football game, right? Like it was, and I don't know, but it does seem like in the second half things go bad for the Jets, and because it was the Colts game that was a disaster like that as well, right? When Richardson hit that bomb, and it does seem like they don't have the ability to close it out, and you need a closer, and maybe that's a pass rusher to complement Will McDonald.
Yeah, that's where Reddick, there's been nowhere to be found, Neil.
Yeah, I was going to say, Petey, has he been awful? Has he been any sacks?
A half.
In
so
what,
no.
7 games?
Yep.
Wow.
It's a joke. Not even. I don't know if it's 7 or 6, but it's close.
You think it's a business decision, or you think that his talent's just declined?
Or
a combo?
I think combo. I think because he held out, it caught up with him. I think he'll be better next year. He's not going to get the $20 million that he wants. I'll tell you that. But maybe he signs a 1-year prove-it deal with somebody.
Yeah, I'll tell you who I'll put as my early team to get him would be Baltimore. I knew they were sniffing around him when he requested a trade from the Jets. I know that the Ravens had their spidey senses up.
Yeah.
I could see him signing like a 1-year, $10 million prove-it deal.
So do I. With
incentives.
Yep,
right,
I agree,
right.
Neil. All right, guys. I'm going to close early. Have a great weekend. Go Jets. Squish the fish. I'm not even saying that with conviction. What a joke.
All right. See you, Petey, man. Have a good weekend.
All right, guys. Tom.
Everybody.
See you later,
Have
Tom.
a great weekend,
Office.
Petey.
I don't know if you're opening later, CB. Are you?
No, probably not. Have a great
All right.
weekend, Petey.
You too, guys. Be well.